Hello and welcome to 90 Days. This is Kevin here, and I am on my 12th day of web development, 90 days of web development. So, what have we learned so far? A lot. Been going through the CSS portion of the Free Code Camp Responsive Web Development Certification. It's the full name of it. Very nice course, nicely structured. I like it. I have some, I think the quizzes are too easy, but what it is. I would like to try to improve those in some way, if I can help. So also, let's see, what do we got? Okay, so we did styling forms yesterday, and we're going to do the box model today, which is going to be something about the layout, I believe. So I think that's going to help us understand how to lay out our pages and how that layout works, basically. I've been struggling with the block layout, struggling with the with Flex, and that's coming up. We got Flexbox on Monday, so I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully we'll learn to work with this stuff a little better. So yesterday we also learned a fact about the block level, and so if you have a block level element where you have display set to block, that means that element is going to take up the full width of its container, and then the next element is going to start on the next line, like visually on the next line. I think visually on the next line, or at the very least, it's going to push an element that wouldn't normally be on a new line onto a new line. That makes sense. So like if it's not necessarily a paragraph, because paragraphs are going to go to the new line, and then and like H1 and header elements I think go on their own line. But if you have different elements, so if you have like span elements or something like that, and you set the display to block, then that's going to push it to the next line. Also, I think labels might be like that, or input boxes. Not sure, but that's what we did yesterday. We're going to have a quiz to start us off on CSS Colors. We did our review yesterday, and so we'll do our quiz today. We have a review on styling forms, so a lot to get to in the morning here with our first 4 pomodoros. So I'm going to get that set up here, and let's get our pomodoro set up here. So the pomodoros should come on. I guess we're not on here. Is that why? Really? That's weird. I guess I just didn't have it on. There it is. Okay. We don't exclude this scene, do we? We are excluding chatting. Okay. Fine enough. Okay. So, what to get to today? We have working with CSS transforms, overflow, and filters. That's going to be the theory portion. We're going to do a lot of reading on overflow, transform property, box model, margin collapsing, content box and border box, reset, and the filter property. I don't know what a lot of these things are, but we're going to learn that, and then we're going to apply that to designing a Rothko painting. I don't know who Rothko is. Building, and then we're gonna test our knowledge without the nicely laid out steps. We're gonna try to apply our own recall to building a confidential email page. And with those ones, I really try to go above and beyond. So yesterday, this is what we did. Where we made a card screen, a feature selection screen, where each thing was card, where each label was a card, and so that when you hovered over it, you'd be able to click on the entire card and select the checkbox. So that's cool. That was really cool way to do that, and I'm really glad that I spent a decent amount of time to work through why trying to do this with divs was not the right approach. Or at least the way I was using it was not the right approach. But this is an approach, is to use the labels and that. And then we had some struggle with the layout. And so that's what I hope that we understand a little bit better at the end of next week. Okay, and so I've got all of my CSS and my HTML saved for that project right here in my note here. So I can come back to that later. And I like to use that as kind of a demonstrate like what I've done. So we've learned a lot. We have learned a lot. So it was really cool. Oh, and another thing that we did was we figured out the transitions when you go from a checkbox not being checked to being checked. You can have a transition of like the background color of the element. So you can override the checkbox elements that are given by the WebKit, by the browser, and by setting the appearance set to none, and then you can style it any way you want. You can make a button any way that you want. Yeah, so cool. Such cool stuff that we've been doing. Okay. And so this was yesterday. I'm going to close this. All right, so without stalling anymore, let's go and do this colors quiz. So we'll hop on over to here and start our timer for today and do our pomodoros. There we go. Let's get started today. Here we go. Okay, and as always with these quizzes, we need to get 18 of the 20 questions correct in order to pass. We can retake it if we fail, but that's okay. I think we'll be fine. Which of these color systems cannot be used to set a color in CSS? I think CMYK, that's with printing. They didn't really talk about it that much. So, I mean, yeah, I don't remember it even really being mentioned aside from a passing comment about how it's used in printing, not in CSS. Primary colors in color theory, right, are the yellow, blue, and red. Red, green, and blue are, what we use as our color wheel for some reason. I don't know. Which type of color scheme uses colors that are opposite each other on the color wheel? Opposite would be complementary. Whereas the analogous would be adjacent. And triadic would be forming that equilateral triangle. Monochromatic. Monochromatic's also adjacent, isn't it? Or is it just changing the saturation? I think it might be just changing saturation. Which type of color scheme uses colors that are adjacent to each other on the color wheel? Adjacency on the color wheel means analogous? Am I not getting that right? It could be monochromatic, although I think it's analogous. Because if they're adjacent, then, you know, you're saying that they're separate colors, so they're not technically monochromatic, right? So I think the monochromatic is really just, yeah, one color, and you're just changing the lightness or the saturation or something like that. What is the term for colors that are created by mixing equal parts of two primary colors? Equal parts of two primary colors are secondary colors. What is the default value of alpha in RGBA if it's not specified? The default value of alpha, oh my gosh. Would it not just be full, completely opaque? I think that's it. We didn't really explore that much, but I think the default value would be, that's a sensible default would be 1, right? I'd hope. Which of the following is a valid hex color code? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. G is not correct because it goes beyond F. And so for the same reasoning, last one and then the second one can't be that. So this is 1. And this is all of red, some of green, and then all of blue. So that would be like a purplish with a little bit of green in there, I think. I don't know how, what would that do to the hue? What would that do? Make it a little more gray, a little more brown. Shift it towards that. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's like a purple, but it would just be lightening the purple, maybe. How many hexadecimal characters are used to define a color in shorthand hex notation? So a hexadecimal character in shorthand would be 3. So to set all white, it would be FFF. Yeah, so if you just wanted a red, you'd go F00. Which of these functions allows specifying the transparency of a color? The alpha, I think, but then, yeah, there's no alpha function. It's just the RGBA. I don't know if there's an opacity property. There might be. Which of the following hex codes represents a shade of red? This one, of course. I mean, it's the red, is it not? How many colors are required to create a valid CSS gradient? At least 2. You need at least 2. Which is not a valid way to apply a linear gradient. Okay, let's take a look at these. So we have red, green, blue. That's fine. Yeah, that's in 90 degrees. So would that be from left to right, I think? To the right, red and blue. Looks good to me. This isn't giving a direction, so we don't know where the linear gradient should start and end. And then the last one, red and blue, are the color changes, and we are giving a direction to go up, so from the bottom up. I think? Is up not 1? Do you have to go 2 up? Oh gosh, please. Don't make me do that when I really just I just want to use the degrees. What unit is used to express the lightness value in HSL color model? Percentage, right? Yes, and so 50% would be the regular color, right? and then fully light. So 100% would be white, and then 0% would be black. But 50% is the color. What does the RGB function stand for? Red, green, and blue. What does the HSL function stand for? Hue, saturation, and lightness. Hue, shadow, and lightness? No, hue, saturation, and luminosity. Oh god, that's devious. Oh boy. Luminosity. I don't know what that's defined as. But I could see you confusing those ones. Which of these is a valid CSS named color? Gold, I think, is one. You really can't do HSL yellow. That's not a thing. You have to set the angle on the color wheel, and then the percentage of saturation from 0 to 100%. And you set the lightness, as I described before. What is the maximum value allowed for a single color component in the RGB color system? Be 255, of course. We have 16-bit, I think, right? Is that what it is? Because you have two pairs of bytes there. Yeah. Which of these correctly uses one of the color models to set the background color? So background blue with the hashtag in front of it's not good. OI, OI, OI. No, you don't do RGB like this. The HSL looks right. 50 degrees, so you're shifted towards green, but you're kind of like in the yellow range, I think. And 50% of saturation, so you're desaturating it a little bit. And 50% of, so you're going right with the hue that's there. So you're not altering the lightness at all. Shifting it dark or light. Just sticking right in the middle. Which of these sets the opacity of the color? You could do that with HSL, but you have to do the backslash, I think. HSLA, I think you can do it like that. RGB, I don't think you can tack on the opacity there. RGBA, but you're not changing the opacity in that one. It's kind of mixing those up. Which of the following is the correct way to give an element a top to bottom, red to blue, a gradient, a background? Top to bottom. So linear gradients, the angle starts from the bottom up. So the default is from bottom to the top. So you're going from, if you want to do top to bottom, just switch those. You want to do red on the bottom, blue on the top, but you want to do top to bottom, red on top, blue on the bottom. So you want to have the blue on the bottom and the red on the top. So blue red would do this as linear gradient. And I think that's it. Let's finish up. Let's see what we got incorrect. Okay, we have 18 out of that. Okay, so I did get that wrong. It is red to blue. Does it go top to bottom? And do I have that wrong then? Top to bottom, red to blue. I don't know if that's correct. So the default is top to bottom, but then that's whack. That's messy. So the default is 180 degrees. Is that right? And I gotta fact check this. Let's look up our MDN docs here. Linear gradient, and we'll look at the default here. So, single color gradient there. So color stop, you're going from the bottom to the top at 0 degrees. If you omit that, let me see. Where's the spec for omitting the... Okay, customizing gradients. If you don't specify the relation, it's placed halfway between the one that precedes it and the one that follows it. What is the default? So if you don't specify angle, what happens? Oh, if unspecified, it does default to bottom. It's a stupid choice, if I would say so. Why would you not default to the origin? Why not just default to there? So you can't say up. You can just specify the 2 colors as we've seen here. That's okay. All right, well, we learn. We learn. That's why we do this. That's why we do the quiz. And there you go. And let's go over to styling forms review. We're going to do our review on this. I'm going to do a make a note out of this one. And we're just going to like copy and paste everything here. Oh, there's not much here. Not much here at all. Okay. Cool. It's not a big review at all. Okay. Best practices. So for styling inputs, you need to ensure the styles you applied to text inputs are accessible. It means the font needs to be adequately sized and the color needs to be of sufficient contrast with the background. Input elements are also focusable. When you are editing your styles, you should take care that you preserve a noticeable indicator when the element has a focus, such as a bold border. I should do that for the other thing that I did. I didn't fully do the accessibility stuff for that, but I should. Even just as practice, just to internalize what needs to be done. So we don't have to really think about it. So it's just like second nature, Using appearance none for inputs. Browsers apply default styling to a lot of elements, so the appearance none CSS property gives you complete control over the styling, but comes with some caveats. When building custom styles for input elements, you need to focus, you make sure that the focus and error indicators are still present. Right. So common issues, styling, date, time, local, and color properties. I don't know if we really looked at daytime color or daytime local, right? These special types of inputs rely on complex pseudo elements to create things like date and color pickers. Oh, right, we did look at those. This presents a significant challenge for styling these inputs. One challenge is that the default styling is entirely browser dependent. So the CSS you write to make the picker look the way you intend may be entirely different on another browser. Okay. So we completed that, and we're gonna jump right into the to the core content for today, which is working with the box model, learning about the box model. Now, before we do that, I think what I want to do is to just jump over to a calendar and just show the plan for June next month. So next month we'll be completing this entire course, this responsive web design certification. And then after that, I'm gonna have to make a decision, but we got some time to make that decision. I think I'll probably start thinking about that on either week 2 or 3. We're gonna take a look at Flexbox next week, typography, accessibility, big stuff there, positioning, attribute selectors, responsive design. So we'll go deeper with attribute selectors. We did learn about them, but we're going to, I guess, dive even further and learn about them. Responsive design, variables and grid. So we're going to learn all about the layouts. We have the box model today, we have Flexbox on Monday, and then we have the grid later on next month. And then we do animations, and then that's going to be the course, and we're going to have to pass that quiz, pass that test. Lots of flexing that we can do with the certification projects. So we are going to try to spend most of the day just focused on those ones and use those as our kind of like display of what we've learned. Really try to incorporate everything that we've done. Just let our mind go wild. So we're gonna look at working with CSS and transforms and stuff. So I haven't been doing this, but I'll try to get back into the habit of sharing the link to Free Code Camp. If you'd like to follow along, you can follow along at that link. And yeah. What is overflow in CSS and how does it work? So overflow refers to the way elements handle content that exceeds or overflows the size of the containing element. For example, the text content of a div element can overflow out of its borders. Okay, yeah, I did try to handle some overflow in the previous thing, and I also was trying to mess around with that in the ticker down there. You see those dots at the end, kind of cutting off mid-sentence, mid-word even. Yeah, so that's done with an overflow and using an ellipsis as the overflow indicator. So for example, the text content of a div element can overflow out of its borders, and so overflow is two-dimensional. The x-axis determines horizontal overflow and the y determines vertical overflow. We're gonna fix the overflow on our example using the overflow y CSS property. First, we can hide the overflow entirely with hidden like this. Just like that. You can hide the overflow. What does that mean? Overflow in the y direction, but I don't know what's actually being hidden here. So we're actually hiding the entire element in that case if it goes over. So if we get rid of that, let's see what happens. Yes, we have all of this here. And then it's strange that it only does the 2 and not at least 3. Oh, because of the height. We're specifying the height. So let's try to do 300. And yeah, it just cuts it off. Overflow is just, hidden there. Okay. This resolves the overflow problem, but now the extra content becomes completely unreachable. Instead, we can use scroll to force the element to become scrollable. Yep. So you can say scroll. Okay, that's nice. Now this turns the container into a scrollable element, allowing all the content to be viewed by scrolling the element independently of the page scroll. We could also let the browser handle it on its own with the auto value, but it's worth noting that vertical scrolling is generally considered okay, while horizontal scrolling might be questioned as it's generally not a common design decision. With this knowledge, we can now control how our content overflows, giving us more power over the layout of our pages. It doesn't quite do that, no. Like, you have to know a little bit more here about the, the parent elements and stuff. Okay, so when an element is positioned outside its parent container, when the content exceeds the size of its containing element, that's more like it. When there are too many elements on a page, when CSS styles conflict with each other. Overflow Y will control the vertical overflow specifically. And according to the lesson, which type of overflow is generally considered more acceptable is the vertical overflow. Horizontal, I guess, is not used that much. So we're going to move on to the next portion, but it's a perfect time to take a break. We're going to take our first break. Please consider donating to Free Code Camp. It's a wonderful organization. And please, if you would like to stop having these pop-ups come up so frequently as they often do during some of the activities, like the workshops and such, especially the workshops, consider supporting me, and I can send a donation to Code Camp, Free Code Camp, and turn off these there. So we'll be back. guys. So we're going to learn about the transform property and what it do. What is the CSS transform property and how does it work? The CSS transform property is a powerful tool that allows you to modify the visual presentation of elements on your web page without affecting the layout of other elements. So it enables you to apply various transformations to elements such as rotating, scaling, skewing, or translating, moving them in 2D or 3D space. We did see an example of translation in previous workshops using the transform property, and I might have used it in some other things that we've covered here on stream. So the transform property works by applying a mathematical transformation to an element's coordinate system. This means you can manipulate an element's shape and position while keeping its original place and document flow intact. So we'll explore some common transform functions. Here's an example of the box element. I don't know why this didn't move. Oh, because I didn't move it. That's why. There. Derby do. Example of transform functions. Here's an example of a box element. So we have our box class for this div, and we're styling the border of the body, which is the container for the div. And then we are specifying the box width and the height, and the background color set to be red. And so we can see that there is a little bit left to the right of it for the so it's not quite filling up the entire body. So we have the body. We set the body to have a solid black border so that you can see the box element nested inside the body element. The translate function moves an element from its current position. Here's an updated example using the translate function. Translate, so going in the X direction and then the Y direction. So it's more pushing it down in the Y than it is moving it right in the X. And it looks like we're actually able to escape the container. Should be something to note, right? The CSS rule will move the element with the class box 50 pixels to the right and 100 pixels down from its original position. The rotate function rotates an element around a fixed point, and this is an example of using the rotate function for the box element from earlier. So we can rotate 45 degrees. And I'm imagining you can do some cool little animations with this. So this will rotate the element 45 degrees clockwise. The scale function allows you to change the size of an element, and here's an example. So we can scale it to 1.5, and what is 2? What's the second part? What's the second? What is the second? Okay, so 1.5 in the X and then 2 in the Y. Is that what we're doing? Let's try doing it the other way. 0.5 in the X and 0.2 in the Y. Yeah. Okay, that's what it's doing. That is what it does. It is what it do. So this will make the element 1.5 times wider and twice as tall as its original size. You can combine multiple transformations in a single declaration with a comma, or no, not even a comma. You just separate with a space. You can do translation, rotation, scaling. Nice. Okay, so this will move the element 50 pixels to the right and down, rotate it 45 degrees, and scale it to be 1.5 times its original size. While the transform property is powerful for creating visually appealing designs, it's important to consider accessibility when using it. So here are some important accessibility concerns to keep in mind. Some readers may not accurately convey transformed content. For example, if you use transform to rearrange the visual order of elements, screen readers will still read the content in the original DOM order. This can lead to confusion for readers relying on screen readers. So when using scale to resize text, be cautious not to make it too small or too large. Extremely small text can be difficult to read, while overly large text might overflow its container and become unreadable. It's generally better to use proper font styling techniques in text for text resizing. If you're using transform for animations effects, be mindful of users who are sensitive to motion. Excessive or rapid animations can cause discomfort or even trigger seizures for some people. Consider providing a way for users to reduce or turn off animations when using 3D transforms. Remember that not all users perceive depth in the same way. Ensure any critical information conveyed through 3D effects is also available in a 2D format or through text. That's very interesting. I never really thought about that. They don't perceive depth in the same way with 3D transforms? I'm not sure. I need to see an example of why, of those differences. I don't understand. If you are using transform to hide or reveal content, make sure the content is still accessible to screen readers and keyboard navigation. So hidden content should be truly hidden, such as by using display none or visibility hidden rather than just being visually moved off screen. Right, okay. When applying transform to interactive elements like buttons or links, ensure that the clickable area remains intuitive and easily targetable. A drastically transformed button might be visually confusing or difficult to click, especially for users with motor impairments. In conclusion, while the CSS transform property is a powerful tool for creating visually dynamic web designs, it's essential to use it responsibly with accessibility in mind. Always test your transformed elements with various assisted technologies and consider providing alternative ways to access information or functionality that might not be or might be affected by transforms. Which of the following is not a concern when using CSS transforms in terms of accessibility? Screen readers may not accurately convey the visual order of transformed elements. That is a concern. Transformed text might become too small or too large to read comfortably. Yeah. Transforms always improve the accessibility. No. Excessive use of transform for animations can cause discomfort for some users. Yeah, so they're not always going to improve accessibility, and that's not really a concern. Like, that's just an incorrect statement. What potential issue should you be aware of when using 3D transforms? 3D transforms always cause websites to load slower. I don't... That might be true, but I don't know if it's noticeable, right? Not all users perceive depth in the same way, which may affect comprehension. 3D transforms are not supported by most... No, they are. 3D transforms automatically make text unreadable. No. When using a transform to hide content, what should we ensure for accessibility? Never hide content using transforms. So use only 2D transforms. For hiding, no. You always use bright colors to make the transform content stand out. Make sure the content is still accessible to screen readers and keyboard navigation. Never hide content using transforms. Make sure the content is still accessible to screen readers and keyboard navigation. This is a tough one because I can see both of these being true, right? Never hide content using transforms, but why is it relevant? Make sure the content is still accessible. Never hide content using transforms. That's kind of like, I guess sometimes you would do it. Okay. All right, moving on. Okay, so I'm going to share this link as well. So we are on what is the CSS box model and how does it work? So let's zoom in a little bit more. So it's a fundamental concept for web development. It defines how HTML elements are structured and positioned. If you understand this model, you will be able to control the size, spacing, and appearance of the elements on your website. So I think I already kind of understand this. This is talking about margins on the outside of the box, padding on the inside of the box, and there's another thing too as well. Can't quite remember, like the size maybe. In the CSS box model, every element is surrounded by a box. The box consists of 4 elements: the content area, the padding, the border, and the margin. Okay, content, padding, border, and margin. That's what it is. Okay, because you can make the border thicker, and yes, border width. And padding doesn't affect that, so you can still keep the same distance between the edge, the inner edge of the border, even if you adjust the border width. The content area is the innermost part of the box. It's the space that contains the actual content of the element with like text or images. So the padding is the area immediately. Let's just go to here because they're going to show a diagram here a lot better. So here's a diagram, but I think there's like better diagrams that look prettier. Let's see. CSS guides, introduction to the box model. It's a little bit better. It's just not colorful. Let's try to find the colorful one. You can test your skills on the box model. There might be a more colorful one. Yeah, here's a little more colorful one. Set by DigitalOcean here. DigitalOcean VC backed, started by Andreessen Horowitz, I think, and otherwise I would be using them. Margin, border, padding, content, just like that. There you go. So the padding is the area immediately after the content area. So it's, or outside the content area. It's the space between the content area and the border of an element. With the padding, you can add space around the content to improve its readability. You can set different values for the top, right, bottom, and left padding with the padding property. So I feel like I have a decent handle on this. It's always good to dive deeper and fully solidify, that knowledge, but I feel pretty good about it. This is an example with padding shorthand property where we set the top padding to 15 pixels, the right padding to 5 pixels, and the bottom padding to 2 pixels and the left padding to 8 pixels. Border is the outer edge or outline of an element in the CSS box model. It's the visual boundary of an element. You can customize the border style, width, color, and the properties using the border property. Here's an example where we set the border to a width of 5 pixels, the style to a solid, to solid, and a color of blue. If you omit a value, the default property of that value will be used. That's medium for width, none for the style, and the current color for the color. Nice. Okay, so width is medium and style is none. Color being current color, or like the it's not background color, is it text color or something? The current color meaning current color. Okay, so you can set these 3 properties directly in the shorthand border property if you want all sides to be exactly the same, but if you want to assign a different style to each side, you can use the border width, border style, and border color properties. And the same top, right, bottom, left, I believe, fits there, applied in clockwise sequence starting from the top. If you only write one value, it will be applied to all 4 sides. You can write up to 4 values for each one of the properties. So finally, the margin is the space outside the border of an element. It determines the distance between an element and other elements around it. You can set different margin values for the top, right, bottom, and left sides of the element using the margin property. So in this example, the top margin is 3 pixels, the right margin is 12 pixels, the bottom margin is 9 pixels, and the left margin is 7 pixels. So these 4 components are essential for calculating the total width and height of an element. In the next few lessons, we'll learn more about how this is handled by the browser and how we can customize it. The CSS box model is a fundamental concept for web development. Understanding how these components interact and contribute to an element's dimensions is essential for implementing web designs. So which component of the box models defines the space between the content area and the border? Between the content area and the border is the padding. What specifies the space outside the border of an element is the margin, and which component of the CSS box model creates a visible outline around the element is the border. Easy enough. Margin collapsing. Okay. We might be able to breeze right through this one. So I'm trying to think of I'm going to think during lunch, what we can do after, to go further. So margin collapsing is a fundamental concept in CSS that often confuses newcomers to web development. This behavior occurs when the vertical margins of adjacent elements overlap, resulting in a single margin equal to the larger of the two. They have the interactive element. I have that one. Wait, is it there? Wait a minute. Why is it not? Okay, it's on the bottom. Never mind. So understanding margin collapsing is important for precise control over spacing and a layout in web design. So let's get into how margin collapsing works and explore some common scenarios where it occurs. In CSS, when two vertical margins come into contact with each other, they'll collapse. This means that instead of adding together, the larger margin wins and determines the space between the elements. I think that's what I was experiencing yesterday with the lab that I was doing. Those cards were like starting to overlap with their margin, and then they just, they were touching at some point, and I didn't want them to do that. So the larger margin will win, and that will determine the space between the elements. So this behavior applies only to vertical margins. So I'm thinking about, it's only for vertical margins, not the horizontal left and right. So maybe not. Okay. Here's an example to illustrate. So if we have a inline style here of a margin bottom of 20 pixels, let's get this side by side here. Light blue for the background color, and a margin top of 30. Okay, so it's not 50. The margin isn't 50. It's 30. Is that what we're saying? So the actual space is only 30 pixels, which is the larger of the two margins. Gotcha. I would have expected it to be 50, I have to admit. As we saw in previous example, margins of the adjacent siblings element will collapse. This is the most straightforward case of margin collapsing. Let's explore more cases where margin collapsing can occur. Margins can also collapse between a parent element and its first or last child if there's no border, padding, inline content, or clearance to separate the parent's margin from the child's. They will collapse. Where's the parent? Oh, okay. It's just nested inside. Okay, so parent element, first or last child, if there's no border, padding, inline content, or clearance to separate the parent's margin from the child's, they will collapse. Will it have 40 then, or will it have 30? I don't understand. You might expect the child to be 70 pixels from the top. The margins collapse and the larger margin is 40. Okay. Oh gosh. Oh, this is going to get confusing, isn't it? If an element has no content, padding, or border, its top and bottom margins can collapse into a single margin. Okay, so we have an empty block, and if I change that to 50, it does change, but if I change it to 10, so I can, like, if I change this to 50, it's not, and then this isn't changing. Empty block above it is pushing, but then if I do below, now it's taking over. Okay, so if we see that behavior, like when we're messing around, then we know what's going on. Okay, in this example, the empty blocks top and bottom margins collapse into a single 20 pixel margin, the larger of the two. So here's an example of preventing collapse using padding. Right. Light yellow. Prevent it using padding. Okay. So does that then mean that we have a that we have 50 instead? I'm confused. In this case, the 1 pixel padding of the parent prevents the margin from collapsing, resulting in a total space of 71 from the top of the parent. What if you set it to 0? If you set the padding specifically to 0, would that help? Would that do anything? Understanding margin collapsing is important for precise control over layout and spacing. While it can sometimes lead to unexpected results, it's a feature designed to create more aesthetically pleasing and consistent spacing in documents. By knowing when margin collapsing occurs and how to prevent it when necessary, you can create more predictable and maintainable layouts in your web designs. In which direction does the margin collapsing occur? It's only in vertical margins only. What happens when 2 adjacent elements have different margin values? Oh, we're supposed to be on break? Oh man, okay, the sound's not playing. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's happening with that. But we finished up this this quiz here. What happens when two adjacent elements have different margins? We're gonna have the larger margin being used, and then which of the following is not will not prevent margin from collapsing. This will adding a border to the parent. They didn't really talk about anything else. Wait a minute. What? Did we have a border? I think a margin top, is that what it is? Okay. All right, whatever. This stuff's gonna get confusing. I don't know if I'm gonna completely understand everything here. So we've got content box and border box, reset, and the filter property coming up, and we should be able to finish that up in this Pomodoro. And then we'll do the lab, and we might be able to use the second half of this. We're just doing the lab. Yeah, we might be done early with the with this stuff. The box sizing property can be set to either content box or border box to control how the width and height of elements are calculated. Gotcha. Okay, so that's what this border box and box sizing is set for. Okay, so this property can be set on the universal selector to apply to all the elements in the document. Okay. The value of the box sizing property is content box by default, but you can choose border box if you need to. So we'll explore content box first, and then we will go into border box. So to understand how the models work, we need to be familiar with the 4 core concepts from the CSS box model. Let's review them quickly. The content area is the space occupied by the element's content. The padding is the space between the content area and the border. The border is the outline that surrounds the content area and the padding. And the margin is the space outside the border that separates the element from other elements. In the content box model, the width and height that you set for an element determine the dimensions of the content area. So the width and height that you set for an element determine the dimensions of the content area, but they don't include the padding, border, or margin. So that's the default though, right? Okay, so use content box when you need precise control over the content area. When you set width and height, you're only setting the size of the content itself. Gotcha. Okay, so I might have been thinking about that differently. Maybe not though, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how I was thinking about it before. I think I was taking that into account with the padding and stuff. Not sure. To find the total width of the element, you will need to add the left and right padding and the left and right borders. Likewise, the total height of an element can be found by adding the content height, the top and bottom padding, and the top and bottom borders. Okay, so the total width of the element, you have to add all the padding and the borders. The total height, of course, take the top and the bottom padding and the bottom border, top and bottom borders. Right, and that's the height of the element. So it's not determining, so the margin, remember, is the outside. Okay. So for example, we have a CSS type selector for all the div elements. I'm going to shorten this to be 200. So it fits in frame here. And the padding is 20. If I like increase this, then of course it goes like that. And it increases the size of the element. What if I did a different sizing though? So in this case, the content box is used. The content area will be 300 pixels by 200 pixels. The total rendered size includes padding and borders. For example, total width is 300 pixels for the content. 40 pixels for the padding and 8 pixels for the border for 348 pixels. The total height is calculated the same way. So great, now let's explore the border box. Different because the width and height you set include the element's content, padding, and border. Use border box when you want the element's total size to stay fixed, even if padding or borders change. That's often helpful in responsive layouts. Yeah. It's border box when we want the element's total size to stay fixed. Yes, that's kind of, I think, usually what I want when I'm designing something. The border box padding and border, so with border box padding and borders are included inside the element's specified size. The width and height you set become the element's total dimensions. Content and padding and border margins remain excluded. So I'm already seeing though that like you got to be careful here not to pinch it to pinch the content too small, you know? You don't want to exceed with padding and whatnot. Yeah, you don't want to make it so small that like you can't even fit one single character or one word of text in there. Because then it's going to have some problems, right? So in the following example, there are two div elements with the same dimensions but different box sizing values. We'll notice how this results in different total sizes when viewed in the browser. Okay, so we have two boxes. One has a width of 200. So the red div has a content box. So it's going to have a width of 240 plus 8, 248 plus 20, so 268. Whereas the border box, I think it just has is it 204 or does it matter? Does it matter if we increase the size of the border? If I change the border size here to 8 pixels, say 80 pixels. Okay, no, it doesn't increase the size. So the full size of the element then is 200 by 200. Okay. So they both have the width, height, padding, border, and margin. The only differences are in the colors and the value of this box sizing property. The small difference has a very important impact on the final dimensions. So choosing between content box and border box really depends on the specific needs of your project. While border box is becoming increasingly popular for its simplicity and flexibility, understanding both models is important for implementing effective CSS layouts. Yeah, like this could you could run into problems though here, right? Because if you make this like too big, what happens if you put like text inside of it? Like what if I did that? What if I put a paragraph element inside of here? Or text, or if I just did a span element, or you know, let's just do a paragraph element. Some text here, you know. We do that. What's going to happen if I increase the padding here to say 40? So I'm like, my text is getting squashed and squashed and squashed. Like I can increase the padding. And now what happens then? The text is just being squished down and it's being pushed down. And if I make it 100 now, like it's too much. So 90 now, it's just getting not centered, right? So I could do this like text align thing. And that's not really going to work, right? Okay. So when you have text inside of it though, that's going to be a problem, right? I got 95 and I'm squishing it. What happens if I exceed 100? I do padding like that. So it's basically just like all padding. So that there's nothing in between. Then what happens? That text is just being completely squashed. So where does it end up? If you completely exceed it. Just do this, display none. There we go. Where'd it go? Where'd the text go? Let's not do it that big. How about 401? So that like we're very large. Where did the text go? The text is still up in there. But okay. I don't know. It'd be hard to work with that text. So which of the following is the default value for the box sizing property with the most browsers? Content box, border box, primary advantage, allows for more precise control over element dimensions. Ensures that elements maintain their specified dimensions regardless of changes in padding and border. Yes, that's, yeah. I mean, you still have precise control over element dimensions the other way. It's just that it's more obvious, I guess. They might prove me wrong on this. Ensures that elements maintain their specified dimensions regardless of changes in pattern. Yeah. The content box model, what does the specified width of an element represent? Width of the content area only. So total width of the element when you add padding, border, and margin? I thought margin wasn't part of that, though. It's the width of the content area only, right? Yeah. All right, well, we're going to see a CSS reset, and I did watch a video by Kevin Powell yesterday that was talking about CSS resets, and I didn't know what they were. I don't know what they're talking about. What are some common examples? A CSS reset is a style sheet that removes all or some of the default formatting that web browsers applied as HTML elements. Okay, yeah, so we did something like that with the appearance none, right? So you might have noticed that certain elements like paragraphs and headings already have margins by default, even if you don't define them explicitly in your custom style sheets. You will also see this with various properties in a wide range of HTML elements. Different browsers may also apply different default styles to HTML elements. The default styles in Google Chrome may not be exactly the same as in Mozilla Firefox or Microsoft Edge. This can result in inconsistent styles across browsers, which you should avoid as much as possible. To handle this, a CSS reset removes the default styles. So by removing all or some of the default styles, you can get a consistent baseline for your design and minimize the potential inconsistencies across browsers and devices. Removing default styles can also make the styling process easier because you will only see the styles that you have applied explicitly in your custom style sheets. There are two main approaches to CSS resets. You can either define custom CSS resets or use third-party CSS resets. So custom CSS resets are style sheets that you create from scratch to fit the need of your project. Okay, so this way you can control the specific styles that will be reset with a lot of room for flexibility. However, you also need to invest time to develop and maintain the style sheets. Here's an example of a very common CSS rule for resetting the margin and padding of all HTML elements. Yeah, that's typical what happens. So, OBS does something like this. I don't know why that happened. That's weird. Okay. So if I add a browser source to something, OBS does this. They inject their custom CSS. By default, it comes up with this reset. So you set the background color to just be black, and a margin is actually transparent. You just set it to be a transparent thing, transparent background. Margins are going to be set to 0 for the top and bottom, and then auto on the horizontal, and then hide the overflow so that like you don't have a scroll bar showing and stuff like that. So I do see that in whatchamacallit. in OBS. So usually written at the top of the CSS style sheet, the asterisk selector is a wildcard selector that matches all HTML elements. So they will have a default margin of 0 and a default padding of 0 on all 4 sides. This will give you a starting point, and then you can customize them in more specific CSS selectors further down in the style sheet. You can use this approach to select any HTML element and reset its default styles. Just create a custom style sheet and use the appropriate CSS selectors to match the elements and set the styles. This can be a time-intensive process. If you want to save time, you can also use a third-party CSS reset. These style sheets are already pre-built, so you can just download them and add them to your project directly. So a great example of a third-party CSS reset is normalize.css. This style sheet normalizes styles for a wide range of HTML elements, while still keeping some useful default styles, especially those that are important for accessibility. It also corrects common bugs and style inconsistencies. Sanitize CSS is another option. It's a CSS library that you can use to ensure that default styles will be consistent across all major modern browsers. And this library is developed alongside normalize.css, so they evolve together. It also has individual style sheets that you can download for specific purposes, like normalizing forms and typography. There are many options available, but you could choose the ones that best fit the needs of your project. You can also combine both approaches using third-party CSS resets with custom resets. When working with CSS resets, it's also important to take accessibility into account. Your web application should be accessible to everyone. So you shouldn't reset styles that might be helpful for screen readers or other assistive technologies. You should also consider the impact that these additional style sheets may have on your application's performance, because they have to be downloaded before the custom styles are applied. By removing the default styles, CSS resets give you a blank starting point to implement your design. This results in a more uniform and consistent user experience across browsers and across devices. What's the primary purpose of a CSS reset? So you want to establish a consistent baseline for styling, reducing browser-specific variations, and which of the following is a popular third-party browser reset? Normalize.css. Skeleton, I like that. I like skeleton. Foundation is a good name too. What is the main advantage of using a custom CSS reset over a third-party CSS reset? So it's more flexibility and control over the styles, basically. So let's talk about the filter, which we will hopefully get through a little bit of this before we have to go on break. So the CSS filter property is a powerful tool that allows us to apply graphical effects to elements on a web page. It's particularly useful for adjusting the visual presentation of images, backgrounds, and even text without modifying the original asset. The filter property can be used to create various effects, such as blurring, color shifting, and contrast adjustments. Let's discuss how the filter property works and explore some common examples. The basic syntax for a filter property is straightforward. You have a selector, you have the filter attribute, and a function that takes in something, right? And so the function represents the specific filter effect you want to apply, and amount is typically a value that determines the intensity of the effect. Now let's look at some common filter functions and their uses. This looks like a blur filter. Filter blur, nice, okay. Nice, I like that actually, okay. That's cool. Can you apply this to text, or is it only for images? Just the visual, so even text without modifying. So let me test something here. Let me try adding our paragraph elements. So let's add a paragraph element here. Or actually, let's do this. H1 element. This title is blurred. Blurred. Blurred, I tell you. 23 pixels. Completely mashed. Okay. Wow. Okay, so you can't even tell. 5 pixels. Cool. So it applies a Gaussian blur to the element. Oh, we're on break, and I did not hear the thing go. Oh, here's the music. The music's coming up right now. Takes a minute. I was just goofing around with the pomodoro stuff. So if you might notice a different music now. So currently under mess with a file I downloaded from Pixabay, which was supposed to be free to use. There's a license that comes with it and everything, and it got a copyright claim on it, and they keep claiming it. So I had to, rather than continuously clip it out of every single thing, I disputed it, and so now I'm going to change the music for the time being, and until that gets resolved. Let's see. So Gaussian blur is applied to an element with the blur filter. The amount is specified in pixels, represents the radius of the blur. So this CSS rule will apply a 2-pixel blur to all images on the page. The blur effect can be useful for creating depth in your design or for obscuring parts of your image. So brightness function adjusts the brightness of the element. A value of 0% will make the element completely black, which values over 100% will increase the brightness. So what I'm thinking of using it for is if I'm creating a crossword solver app that I want to use for myself, before hitting start on the puzzle and on whatchamacallit, want to blur out the clues, so that you can't see them, so that maybe you can see the grid but you can't see the clues, and then yeah, that way you can I think that's a good thing. And then also have a set for setting to enable maybe the blurring of the puzzle and the clues, or just not have the blur at all. So yeah, that would be pretty cool. I think that's something I want to do. Brightness function also allows you to increase the brightness of an element. So over 100 will increase it. So what is happening with that though, with that filter? What is brightness? It's like increasing the lightness. If you go to 1000%, is that like completely white? No, it's not. But 0 is completely black. If I do 10, so you can also like dim backgrounds this way, I think, right? So you can set the brightness to dimmer in the background, right? If you have like a pop-up, yes. Can be used to make images pop or create a washed out effect. Grayscale function converts the element to grayscale. 0 leaves it unchanged. 10% just increases the amount of gray, I guess, is just like reducing the distance between colors or something. It's probably just reducing the hue, maybe. Converts the image element to full grayscale. Can be used to create a vintage look, and whatchamacallit. I'm thinking about using these dynamically, because you can, use transitions and stuff on these. You can use the PIS filter, or the sepia. Sepia effect is great for creating a vintage or old-timey look, or to make it look like Mexico, according to Breaking Bad. The hue rotate function applies a hue rotation of the element, so along the angle. Okay, interesting. Okay, so if you do a 180, then you're going to the blue. 120 is green, and then if you go do 240, you're going to the purple, the blue. If you go, so 0 is the red, or 0 is keeping it there, but then, yeah, okay. So where does orange go then if you rotate it? 180 probably takes it to the blue. Yeah, okay. That's cool. That's an interesting thing. This rule rotates the hue of the image element by 90 degrees. Hue rotation can be used to create psychedelic effects or to adjust the overall color scheme of an image. One of the most powerful aspects of the filter property is the ability to combine multiple effects. You can apply several filters to the same element by separating them with spaces. Contrast, brightness, sepia. Okay, I'm not going to play around with that. That's fine. So you can increase the contrast, slightly increase brightness, and subtle sepia effect. By combining filters, you can create complex and unique visual effects tailored to your design needs. The CSS filter property is a versatile tool that allows for creative visual manipulation of web elements. And so the common filter functions have been covered. There are others like contrast, invert, and saturate. As with any powerful feature, it's important to be careful with how you use the filters to enhance your design without overwhelming your users or compromising accessibility. Which of the following CSS rules would make an image completely grayscale? Filter grayscale 100%. Black and white, true, yeah. Brightness of 0 would have the effect of making it completely black, and then combining a blur effect of 5 pixels with sepia, you just do it with a space. So there you go, easy enough. And then we can get along to the lab portion, not the lab. It's a what do we call it? It's not a lab. I can't like. I don't know. I want to collapse this, but it won't let me. I'm gonna design a Rothko painting. This is a workshop, and it's got 44 steps. So we're going to set our steps. We're going to start the whatchamacallit, and please consider supporting Recode Camp. Oh, here it is. We want to just create a box, and we're just going to blur it. This is going to be a pretty easy one by the looks of it, although we're going to use the box model for different things, and we're using different orders, and then we're applying a blur effect to the entire thing, and having a big border around, big black border, content area on the inside. So yeah, let's see what we're going to do here. I'm going to shrink this down just a little bit to enable us to fit more characters on the screen for myself. And we're going to pop out the preview. I'm going to put that over here, since they're going to be giving us everything we need. To put that over there. So we're going to build our project. We're going to add an image element with a source of https cdn.freecodecamp.org, and I think it's curriculum is where they store these things. CSS box, and we can see the the icon for a missing picture, and the image should load now. There we go, and that's the box model. Nice. Within the body element, and I think that's all we have to do. There we go. Okay, let's bring up this again. Let's see. So we're there. All right. Okay. And bring back this. Okay, so in the previous lessons, we learned about the box model. We learned that every HTML element is treated as a box with 4 areas. So imagine we receive a box from our favorite online retailer, and the content is the item in the box, or in our case, a header, paragraph, or image element. We're going to change the source here to diagram 2. Okay. All right. What's the point of this? Okay, so that's the content model. The content is surrounded by space called padding, similar to how bubble wrap separates an item from the box around it. Think of a border like the cardboard box your item was shipped in. Gosh, okay, this is a little... We can change to the 3, and there's 2 of them now. Okay. Margin is the area outside of the box and can be used to control the space between other boxes or elements. Here, the bottom element has a larger top margin, pushing it further down the page. Now that we quickly reviewed the box model, it's time to get started on the painting. We're going to remove this element. Okay, and we're going to add a div. We're going to set the class of this to canvas. That'll act as a canvas for our painting. And we're going to link a style sheet here. We're going to have the rel is going to be style sheet. And each ref is going to be styles.css. There we go. Time for CSS, even though we our div has no text, still treated as a box with content. We're going to write a rule for the canvas class, and we're going to set the width to 500 pixels. So it's a CSS rule that sets the width of the class card to 300 pixels is another, yeah, so of course. Oh gosh. How far along in the course do I think we are? This one's a little, seems like this should come earlier. I don't know. Seems like it should come earlier in the course. So we've been using margin and padding and all that stuff. I don't know. Every painting needs a frame. Every frame a painting. We're going to make a div, and we're going to call that class frame. Okay, and then we're going to have a frame class selector. We're going to use a border shorthand and give it a black border with a width of 50 pixels. It's going to be a solid. And there we go. And then we're going to give it black border. There we go. Set the width to 500 pixels. There we go. And we're going to use some padding to adjust the spacing within the element. We're going to add 50 pixels. Increase the space between the frame and the canvas by 50 pixels. Is that what we're doing completely? Yeah, really? Okay, whatever. Using the margin property, we'll set the vertical margin to 20 pixels, and then we'll set it to automatic. That moves the frame down by 20 pixels and horizontally centers it on the page inside there. So please consider donating to Free Code Camp. I'm going to send a link in the chat. If you support me, if I get enough tips for that, then I'll send a donation to Free Code Camp, and we can get rid of that supporter thing that pops up all the time. Add a new div element inside of the canvas element, and we're going to give this a class of 1. So this is going to be our first rectangle, so we're going to set the 1 class. Select the 1 class, and we're going to set the width to 425 px for the pixels. Then we're going to set the height to 150 pixels. Now we're going to set the background color. My gosh, they could have done this. EFB 762. Okay. There we go. It's hard to see the entire thing. I wonder if I put it over here, if it's better. It is better over here. I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's just set it like that. Okay. We're going to use a shorthand margin property, set the vertical to 20 pixels, and then auto center it on the page. I'm just going to close the door. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now 1 is centered horizontally. Top margin is pushing past the canvas and onto the frame's border. Shifting the entire canvas down by 20 pixels. So add padding of 1 pixel to the element to give the one element something solid to push off of. If we get rid of that, there's that. Top margin is pushing past the canvas and onto the frame's border. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Adding 1 pixel of padding to the top, bottom, left, and right of this canvas changes dimensions to 502 pixels by 602 pixels. Replace the padding property with Overflow. Set to hidden. Changing the canvas back to its original dimensions. Okay. Another div I'm going to put inside of here in our canvas. We're going to call this 2. Okay, and create a new CSS role using the 2 selector and set its width to 475 px. Okay. Set the height to 200. There we go. Background is going to be 8F0401. There's another thing there. Okay. I'm going to center it by setting the margin to auto. Okay. Don't see that change. Gonna make that change. Gonna make another little rectangle. We're gonna call it class of 3. We're gonna go style it, cause we always style things. Set the width to 91% of the container. And now we need to change the height to 28%. Now we're gonna change the background color because we can't see shit right now. We don't know what it looks like. Don't even know how. There it is. Now we gotta center it with a margin of auto. There we go. There we get it go. It's helpful to have your margins push in one direction. Okay. In this case, the bottom margin of the one element pushes down. It pushes 2 down 20 pixels. In the 2 selector, we're going to use shorthand property to set the top margin to 0. Horizontal margin to auto, and the bottom margin of 20%. I don't know this. Okay, so the top, the right, and then if you do 20 pixels on the bottom, is that what it is? That's how you do it? Okay, if you say so. Colors and shapes of your painting are too sharp to pass as a Rothko. We're going to use a filter. We're going to blur that shit to 2 pixels. There it goes. Very blurry. Very blurry indeed. Step number 34. We are almost done already. Oh my gosh, it's such a disappointing day. We need to learn some stuff. We're going to create a rule that targets both 1 and 2. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, and we're going to increase their blur effect. By 1 pixel. Is that 1 more pixel? There we go. Become a sip otter. You can sip ot me or sip ot free code jam. Or both. You can share this with whoever the fuck you like. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Are you learning stuff? Let's learn together. Increase the blur of 3 to 2 by 2 pixels. Okay, blur it by 2 pixels. Pop a dabble of a dibble and a ribble and a dibble and a dabble doo. The rectangles are too small and their edges don't have the soft quality of a painting. We're going to increase the area and soften the edges of one by setting the box shadow. 0, 0. Do a blur radius and a spread radius. And set that color to the same color that the side is. Okay. Okay. It doesn't really look that different to me. We're going to do the same thing for the other one. We're just going to change the color to 8F0401. Okay. Gotta take a break. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's finish up this tutorial here. We got a box shadow. Boxing shadow. To 3 here. Oh, we're doing the same thing here, but we're doing a bigger thing. Bigger blur for this one. Blur. Blurdy blur blur. Blur blur blur. What the hell is Rothko anyway? The corners of each rectangle are still too sharp. You're going to round each corner by doing the border radius of 9 pixels. There we go. That looks better. Okay. Top left radius. Nope. Top left, is that what it is? Or you can do it like this, right? You can do border radius of 8 pixels in the top left. And bottom right. And then top right of 10. Is that what we're doing? Is that how we do it? Yeah? Top left. Clockwise. Is that what it is? Oh, okay. Just needed to set those two. So the border radius property accepts up to 4 values. So it goes top left, top right, bottom left. Okay, just as we suspected. Round the top left corner of the 3 by 30 pixels. The top right by 25 pixels. The bottom right by 60 pixels, and the left by 12 pixels. There we go. That looks funky, don't it? Okay. We're almost done. We got like 3 more things to do here. Rotate each rectangle to give them more of a imperfect hand-painted look. We're going to transform this shade. Okay, transform. Rotato 0.6. Negative counterclockwise degrees. Okay. There we go. Then we're going to rotate second one clockwise by 0.4 degrees. Can you do radians then in the other? You can do degrees or radians. Transformirino. Rotatando. Negative 0.2 deg. And we're done? And we're done. That's our painting. Oh wait, I don't even see. I didn't even show you this. Let's see. There it is. Well, that sucked. Okay. Didn't get to see all the changes happening in there. But yeah, there you go. That's our painting apparently. What it should do is to change the background for the body. And we should have this as like a canvas, so we should have it like an off-white or something. Can we do that? Can we do like a background color of gradient? Like we do it doesn't matter. Let's just do off-white. Is that a thing? Pearl? No? Pearl is not a thing? Really? Tan works. Beige? How about that? How about beige? Nice beige. Nice beige background. Or why don't we do our background color of this will be in our archive here. Let's see. They got the canvas, but we wanted the frame. So the background color of the frame is gonna be beige. There we go. Could do white. I just don't want to do it like light beige. No? Light tan? Tanner than lighter than tan? What colors are there? Let's see. I want an off-white. An off-white color. Named colors. Rebecca purple. Antique white. Corn silk. Ooh, that's a color. Floral white. How about that? How about floral white? Floral white. There we go. I think that looks nice. Let's come back to this. Look at this. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. It's a pretty thing. I like it. We can share it on Blue Sky. What does that do? Oh, I am logged in. I've completed design a Rothko painting. Very nice. Okay. Go back. Save and continue. I do want to see what. How did I get that? Okay, so we're gonna do a confidential email page, and then that's gonna be it for Code Camp for today. John Green is playing Red Dead Redemption. Oh no. Red Dead Redemption. We all live in but don't believe. I don't believe. Oops, wait a minute. Okay, whatever. Okay, build a confidential email page. We're gonna pop out the preview. What I want to do is put the preview over here, because I don't know. I don't like it over there. A confidential email page. Where do I want this? I think I do want it over here because I want to access the MDN docs if I need be. I need to do something there. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is to set up our background color. So we'll do a linking the style sheet, link rel style sheet, and the href is styles.css. And we'll do that. And so what we'll do is we'll do for the entire body, we'll just do a background color of our D8EBFF. And that will be that. Save that. Okay, so the example project they have is, okay, cool. That's pretty cool, actually. Redacted stuff there. We've got paragraph elements here with some spacing in between the paragraph elements. We've got the greeting and that. Okay. We have this page with a little shadow, a little box shadow behind it. We can do that. We can do this. So it's going to be functionally similar to this. We're going to fulfill the user stories below and get all the tests to pass to complete the lab. And so you should have a main element with an ID of email. ID is going to be email. There we go. And my email element should have padding. $50 pixels. A top margin of 50 pixels. With 500 pixels and a border of 2 pixels. Okay, nice. Then the total width of your element. So we're probably going to have to do, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do solid, and then let's do 004589. Or let's do, yeah, and we'll save the other one for the other one. Okay. So that'll be that border. Okay. The total width of our email element, including paddings and borders, should be 500 pixels. So we want to do the box sizing of, shoot, what was it? I gotta look at the notes again. Border box. Right there. I think what we want to do with the margins, though, I think we want margin top to be 50. We want auto, and we want 0 on the bottom. So I think that's cool. Total width of the email element should be that 500, and so we should have 2 div elements, one with an ID and one with a confidential. 2 div ID, so ID is going to be confidential. And then we're going to have another with an ID of top secret. The top secret element should have a display. Of inline block. Just gonna fill their container. And the element should have padding. So we can set our padding for whatever. Let's just do a padding of 5 pixels. Let's do a left margin. So we're just gonna have a left margin. Okay, that's interesting. So nothing on the top, 0 on the top. A left margin of, say, 3 pixels. Let's go with like 1 character, or let's go with like 2 characters or so, and then 0, and then 0 on the other one. Top right, maybe it has to be this way, left margin. Okay. Well, of course we should have something here. We should have some whatchamacallits. So the email confidential. Inside, so confidential are the boxes. Okay, so it should say confidential on top secret. There we go. Okay. And we're going to set borders for them, I believe. Inline block, your confidential and top secret element should have a padding, a left margin, and a border. So border is going to be, we knew it was going to be red, so we'll just do 3 pixels, solid red. There we go. Pretty cool. The color should probably be red as well. The font weight should probably be like much thicker. There we go. And do we want to increase the spacing? Maybe by a little bit. Just do spacing, letter spacing. Do 0.05 rem, I think. Looks good. 0.05 rem, that's pretty cool. Okay, it does have the text confidential and top secret. The confidential and top secret element should be rotated using a CSS transform, but in their case, what they want us to do is to do like a 30 degree and then like a 30 degree the other way. So confidential should have a transform of a rotate, and we should do maybe like 30 degrees. Negative 30 degrees apparently. Right? Like that. And the other one is like 15 degrees the other way. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Looks pretty slick there. We're gonna have to change where they are located, but okay. And should have at least 3 paragraph elements. 3 paragraph elements inside of here, so and you should have some span elements, right? So with some blurry stuff. So let's actually copy the text here. We have an emergency. It's functionally similar here. We can just copy that. Doesn't actually hide it because look what happens here. Like you can still see the stuff. The secret formula. Agents more. Okay, so what we'll do, we should have at least 3 paragraph elements, but the this one, and so we'll do the ID is the intro, or the what do you call this? The greeting. And we'll have a span here with a span of that there, because I think you can do it like that. Yeah. Okay, I'll actually just put that inside there. I think it looks better than that way. Okay, and so we'll have paragraph 1. And there we go. So we have all this here. Confidential paragraph element inside of that. It's funny. Okay, and then so like top secret needs to be maybe like put down to the bottom. There we go. We can translate it then, right? We can translate using a different thing. So we can translate this with the transform. So we can then translate, is it Y like that? And we can go, translate in the X, 30 pixels. Why is it going that way? Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Can you do this in a different order first? So you rotate it first and then you translate it. But if you translate first, translate first and then rotate? That's weird. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. If we do it like maybe 60% of the width, maybe 80%. So they have it over top of the s'more. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll come back and play around more. Okay, I was actually just goofing around with this stuff too. It's pretty cool. Move the confidential and stuff. Let's see. That looks pretty close. It's not far off. I think 1.5 rem. I think my confidential is a little too steep, so my degrees need to come down a little bit, maybe 25 degrees. I think that looks a lot better. Then we can move it translation-wise. We can move maybe 35%. There we go. Pretty cool. We're going to move the top secret over to jeopardize 88% and a couple pixels downward. There we go. Top secret confidential. And let's see. So we have to add a couple of things. So secret formula for that. Suspect that blank is behind it. So the names and stuff. Let's do a span around here with a class of blurred. I already set that up, so it should automatically blur that stuff out. Oh, I have to be over here. Stay over here. Stay over here. Come on, stay over there. Let's zoom in on this. Okay, there we go. Makes our formula fluffy and delicious. Professor Puff. We have to redact that. There we go. And that should be it. That should be all there is to it. Not bad. But then we want to go a little bit above and beyond. So what we'll do is let's change the font. Let's do a different font. Confidential. Let's do a different font for the confidentiality thing. Let's see. We'll do top secret in here. So let's do font family of Varia Sans Libre. And that changes something wrong. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay. That looks cooler. That looks really cool. We want to change the font weight. I think the maximum that we can get. I think we can use Gruesa is a little bit thicker. No, Scenes. Yeah, that looks cool. That just looks cool. What we could do also is to do a text stroke using the WebKit. Just make it thicker. And we can do that as a 2-pixel stroke. Red. Oh, that's so cool. All right, wait a minute. With the border, I think we can blur the border. Because we can add a filter to the border, I think. Of like 1, or actually on this, I think we can do a filter with a blur of just like 1 pixel, just slightly blur it. It's top secret, so it looks like a stamp. Looks like a little stamp, and we'll do just like a border radius of just a tiny little guy. Tiny little border radius. Looks like a stamp. That's cool. Okay, what else? Let's change the this should pass, right? This should pass. It does pass. Let's change the for the email, or for the paragraph elements, I guess. So inside the email, we've got those divs in that, so I want to change for the paragraph elements. So let's come down here because we know that they're after those IDs. Let's do paragraph elements. So paragraph elements, we want the font family to be caveat brush, or maybe we can just do caveat. Can we just do caveat? Oh yeah. Well, maybe brush is better though, because it's just a little bit thicker. This is italics. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, interesting. And I think maybe we can, let me see, because down here, we can change the font size for sure. If we do caveat though, I like brush. I like caveat brush. I just like it as a font. It's really fucking cool. It's a really cool font. And then, wait a minute. So did they do anything with the, so they have their square border and then they have a box shadow for that. So on the email, what we want to do is a box shadow. And we want to do zeros. Wait a minute. Let's do 3 pixels, 2 pixels. So to the right and to the left, we want to do a blur. And we want to just do a spread radius. I think we want a bigger blur radius though. Here we go. We get like a 7, and then we'll do a smaller spread radius. There we go. Oh my gosh, that looks so cool. Okay. Come up over here. So this is our email. That's pretty cool. I like that. Let's style this as I think, is the padding too much, or should we have more padding? So they have like a 1-inch thing or something. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, I think I'm satisfied with this. what else can we do? Make it a little snappy, make it more snappy. Maybe the box color shadow, maybe we could change the color to be an E3B, just make it closer to our whatchamacallits. Yeah, I'm content with this. I think maybe do we justify the text, or I don't think we need to do anything else. I think we're pretty much set then. Okay, so the gradient is there. We should have that on a separate line just for sake of that. What we should do is maybe have a little bit more spacing, maybe. No, looks good. It looks good like this. We could do the first letter. That would be fun. Although that might look a little silly. Like paragraph first elements or something. Is it that? Is it that one there? I forget what it is. Oh, it is that one. Oh, that's funny. That's cool. Okay. We do have the greeting, so I could do something with the greeting. And we also just want it for the P, right? So we want it for P with the first sibling. There we go. Subsequent siblings after that first one, and then what we want is the ID of greeting, and we want the the font family to be knee wave as well. There we go. That's cool. New wave. Haha, that's ours. That's so cool. All right. Well, that was fun. That was a fun little thing. What we're going to do is we're going to take a screenshot of this guy, and we're going to make a little note here. And so we'll go like this, and we'll open that up in another thing. We are showcase here. Can I say like portfolio? I think what we should do is add this to like a portfolio thing. So 90 days of tech development, and we'll just call this let's go with labs, and like we'll do that as the portfolio and stuff. Or we could just call it portfolio. I think I'll change the name of it. I'm gonna add this here, put it as 400. There we go. That's what we did. That's pretty cool looking. And we'll do our HTML. We'll save that. We'll copy that over here. Oopsie, you gotta do Control Shift V for that. The spacings and all that stuff doesn't come along with it. So there we go. And that's our little project there. Let's go and change the name of our folder. So we're going to rename this to assets are in there. Okay, that's nice. And we can move our assets from pasted into labs in there. And then I thought I had another one. I just don't know where it went to. This one. Okay, move it down. Okay, well, whatever. It's not. Okay, there we go. We'll just move it down to here. We'll rename this guy here to, let's say, portfolio. Portfolio. Folio? Is it portable? I don't know if it's portable. Is that what that stands for? So what I can do day one. Let's go. What I can do day one is the is that one, and then design a feature. So what I should do is I should add the dates that I did these onto here. So we'll do tags there, and then we'll do date. Design a feature selection page. That was done yesterday. Yes, okay. And then the other thing was done. Oh, we still have that open. Okay. The contact page. So what I can do day one, we can add a property of the date. And we can do, this was done on the first day. So that was, see the calendar. The 4th or the 5th? 5th, okay. Let's just choose it from here. Easier. May 5th. Okay. So we are like we've been doing this almost a full month. Next week we'll be done, you know, with a full month. And cool. Let's just keep need some tags. We need a date of I think this was done on the 26th, I want to say. That was colors, and so we built and designed a set of colored boxes. Design a contact form. That was also on the 28th. It was also on the 28th. Okay, so we both did both of those on there. We'll do that. So the certification projects I'll probably add as well as my portfolio thing. Let's see. So I have untitled things. We can delete that. Sure, we can delete that. How about this one? I'm going to delete that one file too. Okay. 90 days. Yeah, I want to do crosshair development and stuff. Curriculum building, mathematics, video essays, crossword solving, creation, music production. So many ideas to do. Ideally, I'd like to do this with two things over the year, because how many working days is that? 4 4 times a week times 52 is 200, so we should be able to do that, right? We should be able to do 2 in a year. So I think we're slated for October to take a break. With the schedule, what's the schedule like? Schedule. So we're slated to do the schedule of. Okay, that Monday is set. So we are page of playing cards with the flex box. Yes, okay. We are set for that. I should set up for next week as well, just to make sure that we have everything settled. Yeah, we're slated for October, so I probably am just going to take a big break from there. End of years usually suck for me. My brain does not do well with all of the holiday shit. I might do better now. Okay, so I think that's good. I think I did download some things, so we'll put that lab thing in here as well. I'll change that one. Okay. Yeah, we're good for June. We're all set for June. There's a lot to do. Oh my gosh. Okay. 3 sections, 3 subsections, 4 units, 10 modules. What I'm trying to think of is like how to break things up. Yeah. So I don't know if I should add structure to the 90 days. That's what I'm kind of like working through as I'm doing this stuff, is to try to think of how this structure should be in the future. And the future. Because what I'd like to do is, rather than doing like these live streams, is to do daily 5 to 10 minute videos of like what I learned and stuff. And do shorter things. I think that would be pretty cool. But the thing is, I just enjoy doing the streaming a lot, and I think I just miss that. I miss doing like a lot of this stuff live and stuff, so I think, I don't know. I feel like if I do something more related to content, it would be fun. But I'm straying from the topic and I should be focusing. But that's nice. We did finish everything that we need for today. Oh gosh, we are almost, I just need to take a lunch and then we'll regroup. So we're done with this here. And we'll do our review on Monday. We have a quiz on styling forms on Monday. And then we have the Flexbox stuff on Monday. And then we're going to build a page of playing cards on Tuesday. And that's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun thing. Okay, so Flexbox is one thing that I really want to learn a lot of. So in the afternoon, I'm going to think about like what I should focus on when I go on lunch in the second half of this stream. So we're learning a lot, and it's just so fun to like work with this stuff. I don't know. I just enjoy it so much. So much fun. So, do we have another? I don't know if I have another. Do I have another? Wait. Is there another focus block after this? This is focus session number 4 of 10. Do we need to go after 5? I think it's after 5. I'm going to take a quick break, I think, and then come back. I'm not sure how it works. Okay, no, it is the long break. Okay. All right, we'll be back taking a lunch. We're supposed to be focusing. What? Oh gosh, I took too long of a lunch. Okay, I got to reset the timer. Let's start this one over again. Okay, here we go. Why does it go from break number 5 of 10? That's wrong. That's not correct. Is this working correctly? Have I gotta actually count these, make sure that this is counting correctly. Right? I think we do 10. It's just counting the break wrong. It's counting the break as 2 of 10. That's why. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. I gotta change. It's an off by 1. It's an off by 1 error. Okay. All right. I don't know what to do. I actually didn't think about what we should do next. We're not even halfway done with the CSS steps. I guess because there's a lot of workshop stuff in the later half of this. Right? So there's okay. Build a balance sheet. Yeah, because... well... yeah, I guess so. All right. I was curious about... do they have anything on C? They have C sharp. I've been resistant to that because I don't want to get too deep into the .NET and Microsoft bubble. I'd like to because when I switch over to Linux, I don't know how relevant it's going to be. So how much more .NET framework stuff am I going to use in my personal, in my everyday life? I use StreamerBot, which is great. That uses C sharp. I wanted to see if is there StreamerBot for Linux? Does it work on Linux? There is a Linux one. I think you need a bunch of stuff. You need .NET. Wine and Wine Tricks you can install. So Wine Tricks has a whole bunch of dependencies that are based on the .NET framework. Install StreamerBot with bottles, Lutris. What are all these things? Install using a bash script. So it apparently should work. And then with that in mind, I should be able to use that. But that's not really like, it's not really what I'm focused on. I want to focus on doing, whatchamacallit, on the front end stuff in that. Maybe we dive into JavaScript certification. Let's take a look at this one. We should do this one as well. I wonder if I can like, can I copy everything? How can I get this? First thing first. How do I parse this? So this is probably controlled with JavaScript. So let's see, because this, I don't know if this information is hidden or if it's just, let's see, area panel expanded is false. So if it's expanded false, the module's left. That's just a button, but the list item, module button left, module button right. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so drop down button is that, and then inside the SVG you have that spanner, check mark wrap. I just want to look at this. How do I hide this stuff? How do I hide all this other stuff? Because I don't want it here. I don't want the styles there, or I don't want this up there. There we go. Okay, I can hide that sidebar. That's what I want to do. Styles, I guess I could keep that up on there. That's fine. Yeah, so they are controlling this with JavaScript because checking the check mark. Okay, so this entire thing, so we have this entire list of things opens to that list item, to this list item. Problem is, there's just a button that controls this. And inside, you just have variables and strings, and then nothing else underneath it, nothing else inside. So, it's not loading all of the content. So, I mean, good and bad. So when I expand this, though, now there's this element that appears that has a whole bunch of stuff. We've got the div height scrollable anchor. Create title. And the inside here is introduction to JavaScript. My God, it's so far nested to get to the content. SVG span introduction to JavaScript. And then inside that is a whole bunch of stuff as well. How do I structure this? Plan for the future. Planning for the future is what I want to try to do. We can do this one, we can do the JavaScript. Certified full stack developer. There we go. Okay, wait a minute, because we're doing this one. When we finish that, we'll do the JavaScript certification. We can do the front end libraries. We can do the Python. We can do the relational. We can do all that. Okay, that's cool. Can I complete that? Is it possible to complete that in the time frame here? JavaScript certification. Maybe I should go for this. Let's go with this. I don't know if it's going to change, though. That's the thing. Can we like expand everything and then just select all and then copy? I don't know if that'll very work. So I can expand all and then try to strip everything from the span elements using whatchamacallit. Beautiful Soup. Maybe I'll do that. Been a while since I played with Beautiful Soup. Maybe we'll do that. Can we get access to their backend API for this? The database for this thing here, where all this stuff is stored. I wonder. Maybe I should email them. Like, hey, is it possible to get like a text file of like of the entire structure of this course? You know, in a text format. Football team cards. We did some of these already. I guess they've just like revamped them. And yeah, note-taking app, debugging techniques, basic regex. We did some of this stuff already from the previous tutorial Tuesdays. Let's see. Okay, maybe we don't have to. So we don't have to expand the whatchamacallits. You know what? We don't have to expand all of them. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Should I do it anyway? We don't have to expand the workshop ones. For sure, we don't have to. That's fine. We did the authors page thing already. Implement as shortest path. Ooh, graphs and trees. Very nice. I like that. Okay. Data structures. Okay. So that's what I think. I think we should close down the workshop things at least. Or you know what? Let's expand them. I wonder if I could just like copy paste and then how much of a pain in the ass that would be to just manually go through it. It's probably a pretty big pain in the ass. There's recursion. Build a count up. Oh, there's a couple we didn't do there. Build a linked list. And that, okay. Can I select all Hope I don't fuck this up. It's a lot. Let's try to select all. No, I can't. Can I select all? Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't actually select all of the things. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem indeed. If I copy that, bring that over to some kind of new note here. Okay. That's not bad. The bottom of this, we need to drop off a whole bunch of stuff. Browse our stuff. This up 32 past. Browse our other things. So we'll just go down to there. And we have that. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. What happened here? Go up to the top. So, well, that's not what I wanted. What was it? Shift tab? Oh. Can't tab over. Wait. Did it work? It might have worked. It just took a long time because there's so much data. Okay, not passed. So, for one, we can remove all the not passed. Find and replace. Can we use? I don't know if you can use. No. What we could do is get all instances of this, right? Oops. Get all instances of this. Not duplicate line, delete line, select line, select all, find all, select all occurrences, Control Shift L. Okay, that's what it is. If I select this, I can do Control Shift L. Okay, and that gets all of the not passed. So, problem is that we want to keep the not whatchamacallits. Okay. Why can't we select this other stuff? We can do it if it's like... Can't select the theory stuff. Sucks. I think what I should probably think about doing is the damn it, what's going on? Using beautiful soup. So we do have UV, right? So Okay, wait a minute. What about like scripts that we make? So let's do. Or you know what? Let's not do this here. Yeah, let's go over to Python, and what we'll do is we'll make a directory called or actually got a couple things, so let's do git checkout, a new branch called it's not really feature. I think what we want to do is to, yeah, let's just call it feature, whatever. Let's do feature free code camp. Script curriculum, basically. Just do F free code camp. Let's do it, say free code camp here. Okay. And then we'll just do Codium here. And we should be able to find the most relevant virtual environment for that. Most relevant virtual environment. We'll update. We'll update that, whatever. So inside here, and what Venv is going to choose? Let's see. Main refreshing. Script curriculum. So we don't have a virtual environment, so let's try to find one. Oh no, okay. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll touch. Really, come on, man. What's going on here? Scrape curriculum .py, and then we'll just open this up. Oh, actually what we want to do is move that, so we're gonna close this down. We're gonna move it to IPy notebook. We're gonna make a notebook. Exit out of there. We need to have a Python interpreter. So we're gonna have to select the kernel, but we don't have one yet. Install or do that kernel extension. We don't have the extensions. Python and Jupyter. We don't have those extensions installed. We don't have Jupyter installed. Let's see, Jupyter Notebook support, installing. Qt Python. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Okay, so I've got to get a venv for this. So it's picking the wrong one, so I need to set up a different one. I need to select an interpreter. Is that what I need? Select interpreter for Python. So gotta be the one that's in We've got one for GIMP. Interesting. There should be one. No, there's not. Really? There's not one in there? I enter the interpreter path. Let me find it because it should be here. Should be here. We have a venv here. Scripts. Python. I want that one. That's the one I want. Right? Exit out of there. There it is. Okay, so that's the one I want. We want to select a kernel from the Python environments and use the one we're using there. Okay, we'll use that one. Save it. We'll add a markdown. Hierarchy from the code camp. That's what we're doing there. And what is it? Alt enter? Alt enter goes to another thing, but then I want to make it a code cell. So, or is it P? Is it P? What are the shortcuts? All right. Code? B? B is one? B gets us a code? Okay, whatever. I don't know. What are the shortcuts? It's been so long since I dealt with this. So we're going to import import beautiful soup as BS4 or something like that, or beautiful soup. We need beautiful soup. Let's get that up. Beautiful soup. Beautiful soup. Let's take a look at that soup. Where's the docs? That's where it is? There it is. Okay. Quick start. Import BS4 or from a BS4 import beautiful soup. We're gonna have to install that, I think, on our I don't know if I want. I was thinking about doing the Marimo notebooks. Is there support for that in here? Can you use Marimo? Notebook extension. Okay. Right. You can set that so it works. It does play well with UV, right? And I don't think that I don't think that Jupyter plays well with it. Well, look at that. It came up with that. Or is that what we did? We need an HTML doc. We also need requests. I don't know like what the standard is now. Actually, we don't. We don't need all that. I think what we need is to just take this one and take the HTML from here. Okay. Well, we can take the HTML from here. How do I save the HTML file? Oh gosh. Oh, wait, that's the document node, right? That's the entire thing. Is that what I want? Yeah, that's what I want. Get root node. That's what we're on. So can I like output this? Can I copy the object? Permission denied to JSON. Copy the message maybe. Let's see, can we oh, really? Store as global. Save all messages to file. Oh, that's a log. Okay. Gotta download to see this for a second. We can see our downloads. Let's see. No, that's not it. That's not it indeed. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. How do I copy all of this? Can't copy the object. I can copy the object? No? No, it says on cross origin object. You can't do that on that. Okay, so how do I copy the same like HTML thing? Can I just like output it? Or can I just like save it from here? Can I save it this way? Oh, I can. Let's try this. Let's go to here. Not content creation. File. Scripts. Python. EcoCamp. See if this works. Okay, so we have that. We don't need requests. What we need is the HTML doc. So what we're going to do is with open and it's going to be and we're going to read as HTML file. We're going to BS4 this shit, so we're going to soup it up. Beautiful soup with the HTML file. Can we do that? I think we need to install that though. So Which Python? We are in the right Python. Okay, so we'll do pip install BS4. I might need to upgrade everything. There's a new pip available. Okay. How do I upgrade? Jesus. That's not a bad option. Freeze the requirements and then update from there. That's not a bad idea. Do I even have set on here though? I do. Interesting. I honestly don't want to do this though. I don't want to fuck up anything that I already have. I don't feel like doing that right now. Let's run this. So char map codec doesn't work there. So we'll do the UTM encoding. Encoding as UTF-8. I believe we can do that. There we go. So soup works. So let's take a look at the text, which will be huge. Pre-code camp JavaScript. There. What we want to do is to find span elements and opens a new window. Okay. Drop down span, submit search terms. That's not what we want. What we want to do, we need to find the first where the heck is it? We need to find this one. Let's inspect that. We need to find chapter button. So the list class. So we need to find the list class chapter. And I think we need to find all span elements from inside there. So JavaScript should be listed inside there. And I think it's listed as a, let's see. It's not that. Chapter button. I find all with a class chapter or something like that. You find by class. Find class is equal to. Invalid syntax. You can find by ID. Find ID, but that's not gonna work. Curriculum map. It's recommended curriculum. That's too far down. It's the right button. Oh, that's way far down. Wait a minute, we're on the wrong thing. Past the thing? Is it this? Wait a minute, we're on the wrong thing. Okay, this one. We want this one. Where is it? Chapter button. Event flex. So inside of here. Chapter panel JavaScript. Okay, that's interesting. Chapter panel JavaScript has all that. Chapter JavaScript. Chapter button. Wait, where's the... That's in here? So the button has a label. And the div class, there is no span inside of it. It's actually just chapter button left. I find all chapter button left. I find all chapter button left. Can I do that? That's such a weird structure. Oh, you have to do it by that. Okay, wait. No? Wait, where are you getting P from? Paragraph elements. Soup.prettify. Soup.title. Do we have a title for it? Well, there we go. Okay. Title. Okay. Okay, that gets the first paragraph element. What about class? It doesn't have a class. It doesn't have an ID. There is no paragraph information, anything else there. Every tag has a name accessible by .name. What do you mean by tag? Okay, so tag you mean by element tag. Okay, block quote. Okay, yes, but what we're looking for, where's the first list item? What about the first unordered list? Oh, okay, whatever. would be nice if they used an ID system rather than the chapter. So where do I get everything from the class? Can find all anchors. What if we find all list items? That's going to be a lot, I guess. Okay. List items where, you know, a certain value is whatchamacallit. Ooh. That's nice. Map the grid up mode. Okay, so contents, children, descendants. Next sibling, next element, next elements. Okay. Find all. B tags, find all. LI tags, how about we find all unordered lists? Okay. Ooh. Ooh is a string. Okay, that looks pretty good. Can we do it like this? That's not bad. We're gonna take a quick break. What can I do here? Yeah, how you do this. It's len in Python. 120, that seems low. Seems low. So why does the text, why can't we do element for element? Dumb. Okay, if we just do length of this whole thing, it's 120? There's only 120 elements in there? That seems wrong. God. Okay, so the UL inside of the chapter Problem is I need to find all of these chapter things, right? Although, okay, so that's the JavaScript part. So that is... it's that section. So then what is this? What is variables and strings? Variables and strings is a module button left. Module button left. Inside of module button left is text. So we need to find all with the class module button left. But how do I find by class? How do I search by class? How do I find all by class? Find all P. Okay, maybe that's it. Let's see. Find all P with the class title. So we want to find all divs with the class module button left. Is that it? And then we can do l.text for L in here. And that's a generator, but past variables and strings. There we go. So at least we get that. So then for all elements, so we at least get that. Okay, we can at least get that, and then from there, inside of this, how nested does it go? How many levels can it go? So you can open that up, and that's one level. And so we can open that up and we can get these lists, a list of these things, right? Okay. Which seems huge. Variables and strings, 101 steps. Okay, there's that level. There's that level. Let's find that one, inspect that one. It's module button left, variables and strings. What about this? And this is module button left, or this is a span. This is a span that is a child of module button left. Where'd it go? Where'd the div go for the module button thing? Intro to JavaScript. That's a span element inside of there. And then it's also a span, but there's a type of button there. There's a drop down, okay, but it's SR only, not started. Okay, block label lecture div class. So each of these, where's the variable and string thing again? It's all the way up here. Wait a minute, it's this one, right? It's all the way up here. It's this button module button. Let's module button left has the thing, so we need the button for that, or do we? Oh, I think we do. We need the button called module button. Underneath the button, you need this UL item. Wait, because that's the same level. That's on the same level as that one. Module panel is the ID. Class is module panel. So we need to find all that are module panel, that are ULs. Let's try that. UL items where the class is module panel. Okay, introduction to JavaScript, and then we need the length of this thing here. So what we can do, we can do a length of that one or something. I don't know. 25. So there's 25. Introduction to JavaScript, numbers and arithmetic operators. Theory is the number in JavaScript. So, oh gosh, wait a minute though. So that's the text for that one. Is that all text? Wait a minute, what if we did l.string? There's no string. Well, there's all LIs that we can find. So we can find the UL. They're injecting some stuff before it. That's why they're using that. See, they're not adhering to their own styles, to their own like accessibility guidelines. Grid title. Grid title would make sense as a introduction to JavaScript panel span. In here, introduction to JavaScript is all the way down there. And so inside of each one, we want to find L dot span.text. I don't know. It doesn't seem right. No, that's not going to work. Here's what we'll do. We'll save this. Save that one as above as well. So we'll save this one. It's module panel. What were these ones again? Variables and strings, booleans and numbers, asynchronous Java. Okay, find. So this is the subsoup. The subsoup. Module panels are those. Okay, we'll save them. And then what we'll do for that one is we'll save that one as well. So go above. So how do you find like, so how do I just get the inner text out of that? Data foo is equal to value. So data foo equal to value. You can't do class equal to value because class is a reserved keyword, I think. Some attributes like data star attributes in HTML5s have names that can't be used as the names of keyword arguments. Find all with adders. That's it. That's what we're looking for. Adders. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Adders. Soup dot find all. Adders is equal to this dictionary. We're going to say class. So we can do a module panel, but we can also do something else here. Module panel. Block grid? What about block grid? Block grid title. I could do okay. Introduction to JavaScript, not passed with the theory. Theory. Okay, well that's not bad. That's labeled as theory. That's labeled as workshop. That's labeled as quiz. That's labeled as review. That's not bad. That's not bad. That is not bad. I might be able to use that. I may be able to use that there. How long is this thing? $231. Okay. Oops. What happened here? Unmatched because I deleted the front one. Okay, that's not bad. Are there 231 activities? Because that would be fun. We want to find, so this block grid title. Okay. Block grid challenge is grid block. And each of those list items. Hide scrollable anchor. So each list item we can find introduction to JavaScript, introduction to strings, understanding code clarity. So what is that corresponding to here? What is that corresponding to here? Variables and strings are all the way down below. Introduction to JavaScript, not started theory. Introduction to JavaScript, not started theory. Introduction to strings, not started theory. Build a greeting bot. Oh, this is all under variables and strings. So we need to go one level up. We need to go one level up and we'll get all of them from in there. One level up from module panels. So if I do el.text for L in soup.find all, or not soup, module panels. Dot. Wait. For L in module panels, find all, but then I need, oh shit, how does this nested thing work again? Module panels, find all. Block grid title. for element in module panels. So we need panel for element in module in panel. Wait, for element in panel dot find all for panel in module panels. Is that what I do? Panel for element in panel. For panel in module panels for element in panel. Okay. Introduction not passed. So I think what we need is panel. Let me do this. That should be the same thing. Not started review, not started. Something's missing there. Asynchronous JavaScript. And then JavaScript review not started. Build a weather app not started at certification project. Okay, well, here's the thing. Here is the thing. We need to pull apart this structure here. Okay, so module panels. So I have a module panel. So I have a module button. I have a module panel. Variables. Inside of each div. Inside of each module button left, there is a module panel, right? Let's explore this from here. So from here, what I'm going to do is sections are equal to soup dot, or let's say module. Let's just go with modules. Just use their terminology. Soup dot find all. It'll just be easier in the future. Div. And we can do it like this. We can do it like adders, just to make sure that we have this all set. Wait a minute. Module button left. No, that's the class. So we want all divs with the class module button left, right? And then from that, from modules, what I want to do is do modules 0. So that first module is that module, and I want to do .text for that module, and that's not past variables and strings. Let's just take a look at the structure of this. So we have a div class. We have a span. We want to get the text that's in here out of it. So where is all of the text? So I know that it has the not passed, but then it has variables and strings at the end. So somewhere in there, there is also not passed. Which I don't see. There it is, title. So we have title inside of there. So how do I select just the Just the inner text. Text argument. Search for strings instead of tags as with name. So, oh, right. But we don't want to do that. Limit recursive. Recursive false. Okay, well that's interesting. You can set that to that final text equal true. Oh, we gotta take a break. Okay, so I can, what can I do here? I can separate these. With like a space and stuff. Some other character. Could do like a pipe. And that does give me back kind of what I want. And I think that's a nice thing to do for this. So we have variables and strings. So what I can do from this element.text, so for everything in here, what I can do is I think I can just do this, right? Yeah, I can just do that, add a separator to it. And so then we have that. So it does just return a string though. It would be nice to just return a list rather than a string. But string is fine. We can process the string. Then I hope they don't have a pipe operator in there somewhere. I doubt it. Is that anywhere? Take a look at here. Just try to find anywhere in here, find a pipe. No, I don't think there's going to be any pipe operator or anything. It's hard because the content is hidden. So I have to do it. I searched from everything in here. How do we find like workshops? What is a workshop? How is that defined? Block grid. And we have build a teacher chatbot, and that's a workshop. So we have block label. How do we do this? There's a block label here. So what we can do here is do the same thing, get text. There we go. Not started, theory. Not passed, not started, theory. The last thing is the type. I think that's always the case. I think what we could do is to separate based on that, and then just get the last one. That's a way that we could do it as well. Oh, that's the first one. We want the negative one. There we go. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so we can get that element from there. And so we can split based on that. And then that's how we can get a list for each of these. And that's fine. We can then search over that list. Yeah, we can do it that way. Because then we can just get rid of the first thing. Ditch the first element, so just go from 1 onwards. There we go. I think we're going to drop the third, so I don't know how you can do this. So you got to okay. The thing is, okay, so how do we get this structure here? How do we get this structure out of here? Got to figure out how this works. Let me turn this into a markdown cell. So the markdown here, so here's how it works. I think you go module, and inside of the module, there's like a thing here, a panel. There's a module panel. So for each panel in module panels, so we can actually, oops, wait a minute, I didn't want to do that. Below, we want to add something. Okay, so module panels, the first one, text or get text with our nice nifty separator there. So module panels has all of that. Not passed. but then for each... Yeah, I don't know. It gives you that long string, right? In module panels, but then for each panel in class block grid. Okay, so we got that structure, and then that gives us, so variables and strings. Here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. I think we can concatenate this. What we want to do for panel in here. So that's just the first one. That is really okay. For panel, module panels, that. And then we have find all. Yeah, I don't, oh gosh. Module button left. We get those, but I need to see what the child element of that is. So, module button left. Div with the module button left. So I need that. I need that structure. So, module button left. Let's just save that. So here's what we'll do. Above this, we'll set that equal to, shoot, okay. This will be modules. And then okay, and there's that module. So now we need to say modules are different here. Lessons. Still, that's still variables and strings. Oh no. Okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, so those are modules. Let's just get rid of this. I put that in the wrong spot. So we have module. Inside a module, there's a module panel, and for all modules. So let's go modules in here. Module panel, is it this? Can we go find all ULs with the module panel? Or we can just do it as adders. Class is module panel. Nothing? There's nothing inside of that one. Nothing inside of there. How is that possible? Is that possible? Can we even just find like... Really? I'm confused. Okay, so module button, where? chapter button? We have chapter button. So you have chapter button, you have chapter panel, you have module button right down here. Inside of module button, there's module button left. Module button left is where the text is. Inside of module button. Oh, wait. Yes, that is right, because that's not a div. That's a... We're getting all the module button lefts. And there's nothing more in there. What we need is the module button. Then after, we need the sibling of the module button. So here's what we should do. Module button left. Let's try this because we might be able to do this. Module button. That's a button. Inside of the button, there is a... Inside of the button, there's text that tells you what it is, right? Inside the module button, there's text that tells you what it is. Modules.text, L.text. Why is it empty? Oh, I know why. Okay, that's why. Not a div, it's a button. We're looking for adders. There we go. That's it. Oh, that's so handy. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, we'll just delete that one. Okay, so that's the module button. And then inside the button, there is other stuff. So then adjacent to the button, so for all modules, what we need to do is find a sister thing, right? We need to find the sister. So module, next sibling. Next sibling, is that always what it is? Can we say next sibling of a certain type? None type. Okay, and then the next sibling comes from there. Can I get the next sibling? Should be... Oh, it's not the chapter panel. Chapter button, chapter panel, chapter panel. Well, I think we do need to get like the chapter button, then adjacent to that is the chapter panel. Okay, so what we have, okay, so the way this works oh, come on, really? Where'd it go? The way this works is we have a chapter. You have a chapter, right? Inside of the chapter, there are modules. Inside of the modules, there are lessons, right? And then inside of the lessons, sometimes inside of some lessons, there are, say classes. For lack of a better word. Don't know what they're calling them here. But chapter panel, inside of the module, and then inside the module panel, got variables and strings. It's another module button. You got variables and strings. Inside of the module panel, we have stuff here. block grid. Inside the module panel, we have a list of things. And that is block grid. There's a block. Inside the block grid, there's a block grid title. Okay, so module. So I'll say inside the module, there's a lesson, which is a block. And inside of that block, there's an accordion. Block expanded. And then there's a lecture. There's challenges. There's a challenge. Inside some of these. Inside some of these is a challenge. Okay. And then what do I need to do? This might take more than one day. Oh my gosh. So messy. So messy to try to figure this out. So they have a chapter. Inside chapters of module. Inside the module is a list item div block grid. There's a block. There's a block. And a block grid title, right? And what we're looking for is the block grid title. So I gotta write this down, but I need to do it on a separate piece of paper. What do we want? So what we want is a so the things wanted here. We need the chapter title, chapter title. Inside of the chapter title, I'm gonna have a module name, module title, the module name, and then inside the module, we have a block grid title. Inside of the block grid title, we get a challenge. That's for theory things. So inside of each thing, what we want is the theory. Inside of each theory thing, we want to be able to take that. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now I'm at the point where I need a break. Done a lot of exploring and I need to just clear my head and yeah. Make sense of this. Okay. Iced coffee. Iced coffee will make me feel good. Stretching out here. Stretch it out now. Stretch it out now. Okay. Hmm. Oh gosh. Okay. Whew. So, I mean, I want to do this so that like I can apply this in the future as well, like to apply this to all their things, because I think they have a similar structure to all these other things. So it might be easier, once I apply it to this, I should be able to apply it to the others. Why am I doing this? I don't know. It's fun. It's fun to try to tackle these types of problems sometimes. And in the process, I'm kind of learning a little bit how Free Code Camp structures their website. And it's kind of a case study, if you will, on how these elements are created and stuff. It does seem to me like looking at the setup here, it does seem like they are using some kind of framework, like a Tailwind for the CSS, and then I don't know what they use to generate all of these. If this was a React project, and each of these things are like components and such. So I don't know that. All I know is that I have reasonably static HTML that once you expand every single element, you can get all of the information you need. That's it. So that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Alrighty. Can we finish this? Can we get this done? Let's see. Let's see. Can we get this? We got one more pomodoro here. Committed to do one more pomodoro. And we need to... so what do I need to do? I need to define the problem for one. Sometimes it just gets away from you. So we need to get the chapter title, the module name, block grid title, and the challenge name. Challenge name. And we're going to make that a list. We want that to be a list with all that. And so what we want as the list is we have, so the output that I want, like here's what we want. So like this. List of activities, right? And it's going to look like something like this. We're going to have the chapter. We're going to have the, don't even need to do it like this. Let's do it like this. We're going to have the chapter. Come on, really? What are we doing? Stop it. Chapter, the module, the block title, for better, block title, the challenge, and the type, right? Whether or not it's a theory, whether or not it's workshop, whether or not it's there. How am I going to get that? Okay. How am I going to get that? Okay. There is something going on with the workshops as well that we need to know about. But okay. So what we can do, we know how to get the anchor ourselves to the module. We know how to anchor ourselves to the module. This is actually nice that we have the 0 of whatever steps complete. I do appreciate that. I do think that maybe I can take use of that. And what I can do here is honestly I can split this up and split it on there and get rid of the first element just like I did before. And there we go. So now we have each of the modules and the steps that we've completed so far. So we have that. Can we like use that list and do that as well? I could like convert this to a dictionary and that would be a nice little JSON thing. Maybe I could do that. In fact, maybe we could do that. So for each thing in this, what we could do is say, module list is this. Module dict is going to be this here. So we're going to say, module name, say, or we could just give it a thing of name. It's fine. Module list. We want this to be a generator, honestly. We want module. module list, so module that, and what we can do is we can do this as a dictionary constructor, I think. We can do this as a dictionary constructor, I believe. Do steps. Step string, basically. Steps string or something along those lines, module 1. And then we say for module in module list. Why is that not working? Why would that not work? That wouldn't work. Invalid syntax. What is a is it that? Oh, national type is a dict. I forgot how to do dictionary constructors. Forgot how to do it. I forgot how to do it. Really? Dictionary, what do they call these? Comprehensions? Dictionary comprehension, dynamic dict. Keys, values for I in range length of keys. Oh, right, because module list is oh, no, wait a minute. Dictionary comprehension. Could do it like that. We could loop over the modules. Keys, you can do it like that. Oh, wait a minute. No, because it's that. So we want a list of items, basically. Right? Yeah, we want a list of these. I want a list of these dictionaries, basically. So I want a list of these dictionaries. And then what I see here is a name, a variables and string. Step string is that. So that's what I want. That is what I want. Module dict. Yes. And we can just tack this on to the whatchamacallit anyway, the chapter. So we have that. Can I get the chapter? Baby, it's okay. Oops. Okay. Chapters.text. How do I do... So we can't, like, ignore... Can I ignore the recursion? I guess list index is out of range. Chapters is empty. Recursive is false. So soup being recursive. Okay, what does it mean for it to be recursive in that sense? All recursive search of the page element children. Yes, that's it. But stop looking after finding this many results. Stack level. Yeah, it's not that. It's not that. It's get the text, but not nested. So we have chapters. It should come back with 2. And so the class panel, there's a class panel for JavaScript, and then there's a chapter panel. Can you do it like... Can I find it like this? No. The class matching a pattern. Of course, we could do this with whatchamacallit. Can you do like starts with, class starts with, or something like that? Class starting with... Or maybe we could do something like a starts with or something. Something akin to that. We can use the adder thing, right? Soup get a name. With the class bar, you can also do a selector. Oh, that's interesting. Can I do that? Let's see. I can, and it does return a list. Okay. Can I do prettify for element in here? Doesn't work. Let's just do it like this. Bound method. It doesn't show it, really? Print it prettified, okay. So we can do it that way. Print prettified. Should just automatically print it prettified. If I get rid of it, of the prettified, does it print it anyway? No? No, it doesn't. Okay, so we can do it like this, and then we can see what's inside of here. Chapter steps, 386 of 13 steps complete. So we have that. We have span class of chapter steps. Okay, so there's chapter steps. That's interesting. Okay, so we have a span with a class of chapter steps. That's nice. That's what we want. And that's a child of chapter button. Of div chapter button, right? Okay. And that's all under the chapter. And that's all in the chapter, which then is also a descendant of this descendant of a list item. That's a chapter. Okay, so that's good information. So we can get, for every chapter, we can get a list item. It can tell us what the name is, what the title is. We want the text from there. So we want the text from the chapter button left. Okay, we gotta map this out here. Oh gosh, it's such a mess. Hi, baby girl. Paparino. Paparina Dini. Away. Okay. Oh, sorry, baby. Sorry about this. Sorry. Okay. Oh, gosh. Need to map this out. So we have a list item. That's chapter. Descendant of that. So you get title not passed. You get a div. That's a descendant of that. That is with the class chapter button left, you've got a sister class here, a sister of chapter button left. So sibling. Chapter button right. And that has text inside of it as well. And inside of that, a child of that element is a span class, the class of chapter steps. So we can get that information. Chapter steps. Okay. Now what? Let's view this in text editor. It's really quite large. And then inside of that, we have a chapter panel, right? Inside of that, we have a chapter panel. Let's close this down, close that down, close this down. JavaScript is the chapter. Chapter button left tells us the title. Okay, and then we can drop down. We have a chapter panel that is a child of the chapter. Okay, so child of chapter. So UL with chapter panel, child of chapter, and then each list item which is unlabeled. Each list item which does not have a class has as a descendant a div with the class module button left and right. And so these both yield information. The right one is going to have a span class of module steps. And a module panel as a, and that's it for today, really. Module panel as a descendant of that list item. Descendant of that list item. Descendant of that list item is a class called module panel. That is a UL element as well. And then I'm supposing that that's how it's going to go down from there. Then inside of that, it's probably easier to do it from over here. I just find it a little harder to navigate here because there's so much that comes out. So we are in the chapter panel. Inside of the chapter panel, we have a module panel, right? A module panel. Inside of the class is module panel right here. So the ID is module panel variables and strings. the classes module panel. I keep looking at the ID thinking I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Right. Okay. And then so inside of this, we have list items and divs. List items and divs. Inside of the block grid, we have these map challenges. We have a lecture. Span class screen not completed. We have a span element before the anchor element. Anchor element okay, so there's anchor elements with no class. They have no class. With challenge text. Oh my gosh, there's just so much here. I'm going to figure this out, though. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to figure this out. That's going to be my project over the weekend. Figure that out. So I should just sign off here. It's been a good week, I feel. We've learned a lot. We've made a lot of progress. Next week. So let's do our sign off and set up for next day. So we do have our thing set up for the next day. Right. Okay. Yeah. So next week we will look at Flexbox. What else do we have? We have some other stuff. No, it's Flexbox. Flexbox. Okay, let's go over to the chat here and take a look over here. Okay, here we are. We have, if this ever loads up again, should load up. Okay, so yeah, so this week, so a recap. This week we covered colors, styling forms, and the box model, and that was only 3 days, but I feel like we did we learned a lot. There's a lot of new stuff. I feel like I gave it a good effort at the portfolio sample things that I wanted to get, and yeah. So then next week we'll do Flexbox. We're going to have a certification project on Tuesday, build a page of playing cards. We're going to have a typography learning and accessibility all that next week. And so we're going to quizzes on styling forms, box model, and Flexbox, and some review before there. We did our review for styling forms today. There wasn't much, which is kind of worrying. Hope we do well on the quiz. But I feel like I gave a good effort on the portfolio things that I did, and I'm pretty happy with the let's see, this build a confidential email page. Look at that. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat looking. I think that looks nifty. I think that looks really cool. I don't know. I like it. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. The way I styled the stamps there looks pretty slick. It's pretty nice. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so happy with that one. But yeah, well, we did a quiz on CSS Colors. We did styling form review. We looked at CSS transforms, overflow, and filters. Basics of Overflow a little bit. There's so much more to it, though. Transform property, the box model we finally got around to, apparently. We've been working with it this whole time. Margins collapsing, that's a new one for me. You're going to have to keep in mind that when you have adjacent elements in the stacked elements, that the larger margin is going to win out unless you do something to stop that from happening. And we looked at the content box sizing and the border box sizing, reset, resetting some properties like margin and padding and all that for the entire thing and then entire page. And we did some cool stuff with the filter, right? And we did that Rothko painting, whoever Rothko is. And I'm pretty happy with the lab that I did. So it's been a good week. So I'm going to sign off for now. So yeah, we couldn't get everything done this week. We couldn't get everything done today for sure. I'm still going to work on trying to scrape that website and set up for JavaScript, which is probably what we're going to continue learning in between. I feel like I really need to bulk up on that. So yeah, let me know how you're doing and what you are working on. Maybe you're working on a challenge of your own. If you are, then please leave a comment. That's all for today and for this week. So we'll see you back here on Monday for day number 14 of 90 days of web development. This has been Kevin. Have a great weekend.